Alright, game time. And by game time, I mean I still have the old Invader Zim text. Not going to jump into Scott Pilgrim just yet. I actually want to talk about some random stuff. Excuse me. Score Pilgrim. I don't know. Is 4 capitalized? I think it is. There, that'll do. Just a few random things that I want to talk about first. Not sure which one I want to start with. Actually, no. Before I forget, there was something that, well, first off, my camera's crooked. I mean, not super crooked, but whatever. Just something I had meant to say, like, several streams ago, and I just kept forgetting and forgetting. I think it was during, like, it was one of my painting streams where I said, I was talking about The Thief and the Cobbler, and I proposed the idea of, like, maybe using AI to make up for the lost animation or missing lines of dialogue or whatever. And I've been meaning to rescind that proposition, because the more I thought about it, the more I realized there's just way too much of a stigma attached to AI. Like, you could do that. You could theoretically finish that movie with AI, but nobody would want it. Nobody would accept it. The whole point of The Thief and the Cobbler was, like, it was supposed to be like the ultimate animated movie. It was supposed to test the limits of mankind in terms of animation. If people knew that AI was in any way involved, they'd reject it outright. They wouldn't like it. I think they would actually prefer the movie in its current unfinished state to a version of The Thief and the Cobbler that was finished with AI. So I want to go ahead and take that back. Another thing that I want to comment on. Hold on a sec. Are we froze up? Are we froze up? Because this is I'm looking at the little preview in YouTube, and it's not looking too nice. What if I open it in a new tab? It's acting funny. Hold on a sec. Not a good stream if you're just looking at the side of my face the whole time. Go live. And then open it again. Does it work now? Oh no, now it's gone back to working on the... Whatever. Like I was saying, though, I picked up on the scent of a current controversy, and I don't really talk about controversy too much on this channel. Not yet, anyway. Maybe something I'll get more into later. But I couldn't help noticing the current outrage with the not Resident Evil, Silent Hill 2 remake. So I kind of wanted to breach that subject for a second. Let me pull it up here. And let me make it full screen so you don't see my horrible recommendations. No, I want to do it like this. There you go. And I'm just going to go ahead and mute it because you don't need to hear it. You need to see the very obvious issues here, where they have drastically changed some of the models, especially modeled for female characters. And Angela is a prime example. You see the profound difference in her design. And like a lot of people, I don't agree with it at all. I mean, I won't lie and say I'm the biggest Silent Hill 2 fan, so maybe I should not be talking about this. But I really see... I feel like I don't need to be a Silent Hill 2 fan to see the obvious corruption at work when they're very obviously messing with a classic character design right in front of my face. This sucks. I actually told, man, I don't know what's wrong with me here. I'm feeling a little grimy. I think this remake might actually be making me sick. Let's get some ventilation going on here. I was telling my friend, like, it's almost like someone said, we don't want to make women who are unrealistically beautiful in our video games. Let's make them unrealistically ugly instead. And I mean no offense if you're to any women who might actually be built like this. I mean, you can't help what you can't help, right? But I think you would really have to look pretty far and wide to find someone with like a round ass head and like weird rectangular body and nasty little spindly spider limbs. I mean, this is awful. I actually pulled up the picture. Hold on a sec. This is something that I whipped up after, you know, like 2,000 years in Photoshop. And here it is. You want to know how Angela's built? She's built like this. That is what she's built like. She's built like a bowling ball on top of a fridge, basically. Set up on like little stilts. She's looking really rough. She really, really is. And I'm not asking for her to be super dolled up, because she never was. You can see, playing those on my face, that she just looks like an average looking average woman. But that wasn't good enough, so they had to try and like intentionally ugg her up with an even more stifling sweater, and like no breasts at all, no nothing, no neck. Her hair is even more plain than before. I don't get it. I don't get it at all. It's just it's just so obvious, you know? Like, you would have to be pretty naive to not pick up on the fact that, one, they're doing this on purpose, and two, why they are doing it on purpose. We've seen this in a lot of modern games by now. Probably a big part of why I don't play a lot of modern games is just there's way too much politics in play, especially these like feminine beauty politics that say that women can't be too beautiful. And now it's gotten extreme to the point where women can't even like remotely approach traditional beauty standards. That's what I should say. It's about the traditional beauty standards. There's a lot of different ways that women can be beautiful. I'm fine with that. I'm fine with expanding the standard of beauty, but that's not what it is. This isn't expanding the standard of beauty. It's changing the standard of beauty to where, like, women with more what had traditionally been considered beautiful figures are almost like demonized, vilified. It's absurd, especially in Silent Hill 2. Hold on a sec, let me crack this open. I mean, Silent Hill 2, if you played that game, and, I mean, I didn't, I watched my friend play it, but I got the gist of the story, right? The gist of the story is that, well, it has a lot to say about the objectification of women. And the people who were in charge of this remake, Blooper, I think they're called, they just didn't think that was enough. Really. They felt like they needed to modernize the themes of the game even further, which I don't agree with. I mean, again, I'm not saying that Angela should be dolled up, but you know who should be dolled up is Maria. Let me go ahead and crack this open.
I look like your girlfriend?
No, my late wife.
So, this is a classic scene in a classic game. A lot of folks should be really familiar with the way that Maria looks. We all know Maria. But then I look at, I think this is the right video. I had it bookmarked. So let me try and zero in on where she is in this one. No, that's just more nurses, and that's stupid. The combat is stupid too, by the way. It's all like over. Ads. I ain't trying to make you guys watch ads. Not yet, anyway. We're not here to talk about Bud Light. We're here to talk about the stupid Silent Hill 2 remake. Like, look how actiony that is with the over the shoulder and the shaky cam. It just doesn't gel with the tone. I don't think it does. Man, where is that? Did I like bookmark the wrong thing? I think I may have, because this doesn't seem right. Oh no, there she is. So there's what Maria looks like now versus what she looks like in here, and you can see like major differences. There's no exposed midriff, and no exposed midriff means that, oh, is that supposed to be like her little, I don't know if you can tell, a little imperfection right there. Is that supposed to be her new butterfly tattoo? It's not even in a very like evocative spot. Like, it's up on her like clavicle. It's not like near her breast or anything. She's supposed to be this temptress. Like, big spoilers for Silent Hill 2, I guess, but she's basically a conjuration of Silent Hill 2 that is designed to mess with James's head. I don't know why I almost said Steve. It's messing with James's head by presenting this, how do I put it? This like oversexed, exaggerated version of his deceased wife. So it makes sense for her to be wearing these really outrageous outfits, you know? Revealing, evocative. But we don't get that so much in this. This is like a pretty normal outfit. When Maria is supposed to not be normal. She's not supposed to be ordinary. She's supposed to be extraordinary. And while I was scanning her character design for all the little differences, I picked up on the difference with her choker. You see how it is here with the little gold pendant right here. And that's not the way it looks anymore. I mean, it's hard to tell exactly, but it looks like now it's just a little piece of fabric connected with like a little ring right here. And that might not seem like a huge detail, and granted, it isn't. I'm not gonna say it's the end of the world just because their choker is a little different, but there was a bit of thematic analysis that was there. I think that the design of this choker right here is intentional, because the way it's got the little gold circular pendant right here, it's almost like a collar for like a dog or something, almost suggesting like James. I don't know why I have so much trouble remembering James' name. Almost as if James wants a wife that's more like a pet and less like a person. That seems disturbing, but that's really almost how James is on the inside. This temptation that he wrestles with, where after the difficulties of being married to someone who's dying, he wants someone that's easier in so many ways, right? Someone that's nicer to him, that's easier to manage, and that's what Maria is, and he's having trouble choosing between what he wants and what's right. So much can be inferred just from the design of her little choker. But now that's gone. And it just bugs me. That attention to detail, or lack thereof, can make a big difference in a game. And just last night, I was texting back and forth with my friend about the matter. He's a bigger Silent Hill fan than me. He's the guy that I was talking about, where I saw him play through Silent Hill 2, and I'd love to play it myself someday. I do have it downloaded on my PS3. I don't know which version that is. I'm not playing the HD collection. Don't worry about that. I already am well aware of the issues with the HD collection. But I don't know. Like I said, these don't seem like things that you really need to be a hardcore Silent Hill fan to be able to pick up on. I was telling him my concerns about what future stuff may be like. Like we talked about the Doorman boss fight, and how we're not even sure that this is going to retain even a fraction of the thematic significance. If you remember what the room looked like in which you fought the Doorman, then you'll remember it being pretty disturbing. And I'm not sure if Konami or Blooper really have the spine to do something like that. It's like, I don't know, like they've lost their fangs. They've lost their taste for more intense, challenging content in video games. Not in terms of gameplay, but in terms of thematic content. Which is really unfortunate. Like, so what if it's inappropriate? That's kind of the point. Art, I have realized this more and more over time. Art isn't always supposed to be comfortable. It can be challenging or disturbing or outright offensive, and that doesn't make it any less valid. And I'll say this too. More and more I feel like there's a certain inherent value in things that are of their time that is just being glossed over these days. It's all lost in the desire to modernize and modernize not just the graphics and the gameplay, but also the themes, and I'm tired of it. I'm tired of these studios stepping in to remake these games and just massively overstepping their boundaries. It's so disappointing, you know. Remakes are a chance to spotlight some of gaming's biggest classics, to sort of cater and curate them to a new generation, to show them what they're missing out on, you know? But it doesn't really play out like that a lot of times. A lot of times these remakes turn out patronizing, really. Like, new audiences can't handle the same content that older audiences did. It just seems silly to me. Too many times, the people directing these remakes, they think that they have some sort of duty to change or fix or improve what's already there. And I suppose to some extent that's true. I think it is important for directors and developers to look at the source material with a critical eye and see what does and doesn't work about the gameplay, about the presentation, and about the story. And just try to smooth out the imperfections, you know? But again, that's not the way that it usually plays out. A lot of times they feel like they have to make like really wild, sweeping changes to the story. The example that I think of the most is Final Fantasy VII versus Final Fantasy VII Remake. It's the scene at the Sector 5 reactor where President Shinra addresses Avalanche directly immediately prior to the Airbuster encounter, if you remember that. In the original, President Shinra shows up in person, and I can't help but think why, when presented with the chance to confront the man that is responsible for all the terrible things happening, not just to the world, but to you personally, why would Barrett, the gung-ho eco-terrorist, not immediately fill the sky full of lead? The guy's right in front of there, right in front of his face. Why not? And they fixed that to some extent in Final Fantasy VII Remake by making it a holographic projection. But then that winds up creating another problem. Final Fantasy VII, to me, is really mired in, not mired, that's a pejorative term, but like really founded in a certain diesel punk aesthetic with really heavy, cumbersome machinery with rivets and like lots of emissions, really heavy industrial environment. The vehicles are big, space travel is novel. In a lot of ways, it's a very like pseudo 60s setting. Rudimentary computers. there are robotics, but the robotics are also rudimentary. I almost said rudimentary. They're mostly just like grunts, soldiers, cheap disposable labor. One of the biggest, toughest robots in that setting is more like an industrial implement that's been improvised as a weapon in an emergency situation. The carry armor. You remember, like the big like T-shaped robot that it seemed more like it was designed to carry big crates of stuff and load it into things. Not really designed as a robot, but it was heavy duty, and Shinra needed to whip up some sort of defense against Avalanche when they were cornered, and it worked. So that's a bit of an exception there. There's also like the crazy eugenic stuff that's going on in Final Fantasy VII, but that's the point. That's the little wrinkle to that aesthetic that helps to differentiate it. So it's not just straight diesel punk, but mostly it's pretty heavy duty technology. There is one holographic projector in Final Fantasy VII. It's in the Wonder Square, and is literally the centerpiece of that attraction. You go to this big arcade, and right in the middle there's this big Yu-Gi-Oh-esque platform / projector that lets you play a little rock, paper, scissors like fighting minigame. And that's just about it. So when you dive into Final Fantasy VII Remake and there are these portable holographic projectors, it doesn't gel, I don't think. Not a huge... not a huge issue, but it keeps happening. That's something that tripped me up with compilation of Final Fantasy VII when it's only 7 years after the fact in Advent Children, and all of a sudden there are crazy like hover vehicles and stuff, and I don't know, it just didn't feel right. Actually, no, the hover vehicles were from Dirge of Cerberus, which was also silly because you look at the first cutscene that takes place during the end of Final Fantasy VII, where Vincent is helping evacuate people from the city, and apropos of nothing, he whips out this little tablet that is like a Dragon Ball Z style scouter. It can zoom in on guys and detects that they're a life force or whatever. It just seems to come out of nowhere, and it's just really bizarre. I think to myself, A, where did he get this? And B, how helpful would that have been when we were out looking for Sephiroth? Well, there was this huge manhunt, and only now are we coming out with this crazy life form detection technology that lets you zero in on humans that are 2 miles away. Over time, it just seems like less attention is being paid to the details of settings like that. And that's only the tip of the iceberg of my issues with Final Fantasy VII Remake, but whatever. I don't want to get into that now. What I do want to get into is this funny detail that I noticed. I showed these off last time, I think. My little VHS collection of the old Star Wars. Pretty sure these are non-special edition. And the more I looked at them, the more I thought, man, these VHS covers, they suck. They really, really suck. I guess I should rotate them the other way so that they're actually in order. Tell me if you noticed something about these VHS covers. Where's Luke Skywalker? Where is he? you look at A New Hope. I mean, it doesn't say... Oh, it only says A New Hope on the side. It doesn't say it on the front. That's strange. You look at... And you don't see Luke anywhere. I'll tell you what you do see, though. You see the innocent TIE fighter running away from the evil X-Wing. That is so backwards. Why does it make it look like the X-Wing is the bad guy? Like it's on the side of the Death Star shooting at the TIE fighter? What is this, Turkish Star Wars? The only character that's visible in the front is Darth Vader, who doesn't even really play that big a role in the movie. I mean, he's a villain, I guess, but this is the time when you don't really know a lot about him. You would have to look at the back to see the main character, Obi-Wan Kenobi. Like, what? Why is there no emphasis on Luke here? You only see him here, hunched over in this one little picture here. He doesn't look like the main character. He just looks like some grunt. Strange. Really strange marketing there. And then you get to the other ones, and it doesn't even say Star Wars. Not on the front, anyway. It just says The Empire Strikes Back. It's only when you look at the side that you see it says Star Wars in little itty-bitty font. Instead of before, when it's Star Wars in big letters and the subtitles in tiny letters. That's backwards. So then you get to The Empire Strikes Back and you see that there are, like, no visible, like, characters of importance at all. All the emphasis is on this random stormtrooper. I don't get it. You think this would be the point when you would bust out Darth Vader, right? He's so central to that movie, but nope. And again, no Luke. You just see him here, tucked away into this little corner right here, in this tiny, tiny little box. It's almost like they were ashamed of him or something. I don't get it. Instead, on the back, the emphasis is on Leia, who I think had more of a spotlight in Return of the Jedi. She was one of the people spearheading, like, the big rescue mission. You learn a lot about her. She winds up being a big deal. And then finally you get to Return of the Jedi. You can just barely make out Luke Skywalker's here. Luke Skywalker here in the shadows, completely obscured. Can't see his face at all. I don't get it. And all the emphasis is on Yoda. When you think that would be more for The Empire Strikes Back. That's when you meet Yoda and he winds up being a big deal. That's when you learn the most about that character. And he actually plays quite a bit part in Return of the Jedi. Which, again, it doesn't say Star Wars on the front. It just says Return of the Jedi. And then you look here and it says Star Wars in itty-bitty, teensy-weensy, ice strain O-vision letters. It's finally when you look at the back of this that Luke is actually more, like, bigger than the size of my thumbprint, you know? Strange marketing. But then, I guess I shouldn't expect too much from just, I don't know, a random reprint of the Star Wars trilogy on VHS. Whatever. I'm sure the person who came up with those boxes, they weren't being paid too much. That was just a funny little thing that I wanted to point out. Oh man, I forgot to... Because I like to stream and record, but I forgot to hit the record button, so I'm going to have to go back and record my own stream. I hate having to do that. Well, now I can close all I can close down all the Silent Hill stuff. Oh my gosh, the little preview is freaking out again. I am streaming, right? Hold on a second. Let me open up Studio again. Go to go live again. Open this up again. And there you go. It's finally snapped out of its stupor. So let me go ahead and... No, not chat. No. This. Because now we got to check out the new One Piece chapter. There we go. Now we're recording. Excuse me. Now we can finally check out the new chapter. Chapter 1116. Conflicts. The most boring, non-descriptive title you could possibly give a chapter. Like, really? Is that what we're rolling with? I assume it's talking about the ancient conflict, I guess, but golly, that is boring. Only child Yamato in the Holy Inari Shrine pilgrimage getting medicine and dumplings from Osuru. Okay, I thought for a second that Osuru was just randomly handing Yamato a devil fruit because of the little swirly bits. And then I remember, no, the swirly cloth is like a thing. It's some sort of weird trope, I guess. This is actually our first time seeing Otsuru's face. She got a little messed up from the raid on our village. I mean, obviously I don't like that something bad happened to this nice character, but I do like how Oda has been daring enough to give a female character a prominent facial scar. That's different. And what was this character's name? He was Urashima. Yeah, he actually seems nicer. I mean, I'm just judging based on his face, but he seems like maybe he's reformed. Maybe getting his ass whipped has helped him to not be quite as much of a tool. I mean, I don't really care. He was a bit character. One of the characters that I really wish Oda had cut from Wano, of which there are many. But let's roll forward and see what Oda has to say. Do you have any idea how tasty sablefish is? Last week I had a sablefish Saikyoyaki for 5 days in a row. Not much of a fish eater myself, so I wouldn't know. This is... You know, this chapter's looking a little... I don't know, scuffed. Yamato's face is a little off looking. And now I'm looking at this projection of Vegapunk in the background. And it is the background, I guess, but it's also kind of scuffed looking. I don't know. Maybe this is one of those things where it's like AI enhanced scanning, and that's why it's looking a little smudgy. Did he just say that there are world-sinking weapons still out there somewhere? A truth too hard to swallow. How can an 800-year war be ongoing? No one from back then is even alive today. Why would a war rage on in total secrecy? Oh boy. There's Emu in the Garden of Flowers checking out a portrait of what I assume to be a lily. Like, if I recall correctly, Vivi and Lily were very similar looking. Like, a lot of Oda's female characters, admittedly. To where people have trouble telling the difference between Robin and Hancock, but whatever. Vegapunk. Him doesn't like what they're hearing. In all sincerity. Aw, still missing. I mean, to them, not to us. We know exactly where they're. I want to apologize from the bottom of my heart, as there is something else I must confess. Let's see. Cobra getting buried. I'm trying to see if there's anything in the background that might be interesting. There's like what appears to be like a little sun thing with 3 things underneath it. Not sure if that's significant. My goal was always to create an energy source to fuel society's development, and while it remains unfinished, my research has culminated in the Mother Flame. Its power has many practical uses. I'm certain that one day this undying energy can be harnessed to ensure that the entire world lives in abundance. This breakthrough is marred, however, as a small fragment of the flame was stolen. Huh? I take full responsibility for this unfortunate event. The Cypherpole agents are stuck in the middle of the island. This is bad. They're completely surrounded by flames. I'm honestly kind of surprised that you guys actually care. I'm used to, well, I guess this isn't technically a buster call, but I'm used to the idea that, like, when called into action, warships will just fire blindly regardless of casualties to their own side. That was quite the tremor. Any idea what's happening, Edison? That spooked me too. The whole gosh darn basement came crashing down here with all the Cypherpole agents in tow. I can't generate any more clouds for the Straw Hat crew. Came crashing down. How is that possible? Another monstrous elder must be heading up. Stussy, get yourself out of there. Is it someone that Stussy might know? She's acting a little strange. Edison, is it okay if I let Kaku go free? Huh? I don't want him to suffer the consequences of this. Don't worry, I won't let him go after the Straw Hats, and I don't think pursuing them will be his priority anyway. Understood. This is a bit of a tongue twister, I gotta admit. Understood, Stussy. I'm sorry for putting you through all this. It didn't occur to me that they were your friends. Forgive me for making you turn on them. Despite being torn between both sides, you still rescued us. That inner conflict is proof of your humanity, Stussy. Do as you please. Just find a way to keep on living. Yes, sir. 2 weeks after the flame fragment was stolen, we observed an intense glow emanating from above the kingdom of Luluja. Luluja? Who is this guy? You see that? He looks like when Lao Ji used to wear the rabbit ears. I later got the news that the entire nation had mysteriously vanished without a trace. Before long, my equipment registered the worldwide earthquakes I mentioned earlier. Okay, hold on, let me get a drink. Clearly, this is another one of those super ultra talky chapters that we've been getting ever since Vegapunk started dropping the knowledge bombs. Where Vegapunk goes on and on about all the stuff going on. This might be my pride as a scientist talking, but I was certain of one fact. An ancient weapon did that? Why would someone do that to Luluja? Only the Mother Flame could supply the immense energy needed to cause this tragedy. Luluja is gone? This is the first we're hearing about this. Hurry and confirm it. Yes, sir. Oh, man. So what Eamon was saying about that country not existing, like they didn't even say anything to anyone. As far as a lot of countries are concerned, like, they're still around. That's tough. My very own invention was used to power an ancient weapon. So it is an ancient weapon, then. Because it tripped me up that this guy just... Like, did he say at some point that it was... Earlier that it was an ancient weapon? I don't know, that might be a translation error. Because Vegapunk says one thing here, and then this guy reacts to something that it seems like he thought Vegapunk had said. Or that maybe he had not yet said. A little weird. A little weird. The motives and origin of the perpetrators are a mystery to me, but in the end it all boils down to one hard truth. I am an accessory to this act of mass murder. Hey, people kill people, okay? I cannot express how remorseful I am for my part in this. I am truly sorry. But this proves my theory is plausible. The disaster that flooded the world was man-made. Vegapunk, it's not your fault. Then Pluton is... Shush. Lord Momonosuke. There were once 3 great ancient weapons. Ooh, are we going to hear something about Uranus, maybe? Because we really still don't have any details about that. It said the Joy Boy attempted to ensure that they would be passed on to future generations. Joy Boy did that, huh? That begs the question, why? Hasn't the world sunk enough? Such ambiguity makes it hard to brand one side just and the other evil. But the day of answers is coming. You're kind of choke, idiot. Is Sengoku stress eating? Consider this a warning. When that time comes, everyone will fear the notion of a sunken world. The void. Okay. Okay. I don't know if... I don't know. There was just something weird going on with Vegapunk's head. If you look at this chapter, the way that the bridge of his nose goes up and out like this, it looked like a feminine pair of legs for a second. And it had me tripping. The voice entry is still an enigma, but there are those who know what happened in its entirety. Everything. You're going to explain everything, Vegapunk. I'm referring to the former members of the Pirate King's crew. The Marines are not aware of this? They act like this is shocking. Pirates know? How? Huh. Huh. Let me go ahead and move the camera down. Pirates know? How? Why would pirates know the world's secrets? Isn't that dangerous? That's the Long-Armed tribe. That's random. Hang on. How's that possible, Stella? How could you have known about me stealing a fragment of the Mother Flame? I cut off my memory synchronization. It should have been impossible. Shouldn't Vegapunk have noticed that one of the satellites wasn't reporting in like they were supposed to? Not only that, but I know for a fact you're a terrible liar and a lousy actor. You were genuinely surprised, right? York, this is all you're doing? You got news about Lelouja and took readings? What does that mean? When? The timeline doesn't add up. You must have known the government's plans. Otherwise you wouldn't have done all this. You wouldn't have hidden the broadcast snail. Huh. Is Jupiter swallowing Cypherpole agents? Is he killing them, or is he, like, transporting them in his stomach? It's hard to read with the Gorosei because they have such a callousness towards human life. So I can't tell if he's rescuing them, like Watatsumi, like putting the straw hats in his mouth, or if he's just outright killing them. Elders, I worked out where the broadcast snail is. Are you certain? Without a doubt. I'm a Vegapunk too. The snail is in the Fabrio stratum. The Iron Giant is guarding it. What? I thought the Iron Giant was dormant until now. But Vegapunk has somehow assigned it to guard the Dendemushi, unless it's when she says guarding it, she means coincidentally it is in the way. Huh. I'm sure they knew our entire lost history, so why? Why would they just fade away without telling a soul? Why didn't they act? Ray-san, haven't you had enough booze? You rarely get this wasted. I'm old and washed up now. Just like Vegapunk here, a blabbering old geezer who's already said too much. Don't be an ass and take it away from the youngsters. The thrill is theirs to seek now, right, Roger? Those who knew the truth just laughed. Break next week. Okay. That's fine, actually. Because I haven't talked about this, but despite my own designs, I've actually wound up taking on more work over the summer for my work in education. And that's going to be digging into time that I would have spent editing, which is disappointing, but it was work that was hard to turn down. Should pay well, and they seemed desperate to get hands on deck. And besides, they're my bosses. I can't turn them down too much. So it'll be nice to have a little break. Anyone who's been watching my streams up till now, you know that I try to sync my breaks with Oda's breaks. So if Oda's taking next week off, then we will too. I won't be streaming next Sunday. I should talk about the editing a bit. I'll admit I haven't been doing too much editing. And it's been entirely for selfish reasons. I've just been really looking forward to the summer vacation. And so I've spent a lot of time just enjoying the fact that I have a lot of time off. Playing a lot of City Heroes. And which admittedly has not really been so stress-free. I've been taking on some very challenging content in City of Heroes and not getting very far. Been the cause of quite a bit of anxiety. In fact, the new content that they've added recently is really tough. And so I've spent a lot of time trying over and over again, trying different strategies, trying to tweak my character. That's what I was doing right before I started streaming, in fact, today. But I'm getting distracted. I guess I should give my final thoughts on the chapter. I mean, it's okay. I feel like maybe we're finally winding down to the end of this long Vegapunk broadcast. Because, I mean, there was a while where you were just waiting for the broadcast to start. And I feel like I'm kind of getting to the point where I'm waiting for the broadcast to be over. Like, this is all very interesting and important information, obviously. But at the same time, it's a lot of talking, a lot of people reacting to Vegapunk talking, Not a lot of action, not a lot of things moving forward. We didn't even really address what the solution is to the fact that that the satellites can't really help the Straw Hats evacuate anymore. I feel like we barely got to see the Straw Hats, if at all. Like, let me just check real quick. I feel like we didn't see any of them. Not even once. That's kind of rough. That's one of the things that I don't like in One Piece is when you start to get into these like, not as bad as in Wano, but almost like plot cul-de-sacs, where it's secondary characters just interacting with other secondary characters, not interacting with the main cast at all, not moving their story forward, just getting caught up in all the little sideshows. So not seeing the Straw Hats make any progress towards actually escaping the island, that's kind of tough. I don't know if I like that. And a lot of it was also information that we already knew, that he made this mother flame that was used to power this awful weapon. And that the weapon is part of, like, this horrible man-made disaster. I don't know. I could have used more of going back to the main plot of the Straw Hats trying to get out of here. Not to mention trying to figure out, like, what we're going to do about Vegapunk. Like, is he still escaping? Is he not? Is he a lost cause? And that's a question that I was already kind of asking before all this bad stuff happened. Because, I mean, he's got the big brain in a jar, right? And Punk Records, and that thing's gigantic. Like, you saw what it looked like when Mars was standing next to it. Mars is a pretty big guy, even when he's not transformed. So there's no transporting that. There's no keeping that safe from the world government. Not unless Punk Records can just, like, take off like a spaceship. Which doesn't strike me as an option, because why would Vegapunk even ask for the Straw Hats to help him escape on their ship? When Vegapunk probably could have escaped to Elbaf all on his own. Like, even if Vegapunk hadn't gotten skewered the way that he was, you would be leaving your brain behind. Like, how is that escaping? Vegapunk made it clear that the way his body works is he receives long-distance brainwaves from his big dome up in Punk Records. The dome that for some reason Mars did not feel it necessary to blow up. I'm not really sure why. It wouldn't have taken long. Just one good hyper beam, like right in the third eye right here, would have taken Vegapunk out once and for all. So I've still got my questions about how all that's supposed to work. And unfortunately, it's going to be quite a while now before that plot actually moves forward. So, not too excited about this chapter, honestly. It actually feels like, I don't know, like it has kind of been losing steam. It doesn't have the thrust, the powerful forward thrust that it did at first. That is kind of frustrating. It was moving at a decent clip at first, and then Vegapunk got lost, and then we got caught up in a bunch of B plots. It was a while before we got back to Egghead. Then there was looking for Vegapunk. Then there's waiting for the broadcast to start. Then there's the actual broadcast where we're just listening to Vegapunk and not a whole lot is happening. And I even forgot to mention like the lengthy flashback for Kuma, which was overdue, admittedly. Like, Kuma's a character that ties into a lot of stuff in One Piece. And so, finally getting his story all in order from beginning to end, that was nice. But it feels like too much of Vegapunk, not Vegapunk, Egghead, is just kind of waiting. The last big development, like really big, like actually tangibly moving the story forward, was the Gorosei showing up and, like, you know, it's morphin time and they all turn into these awful monsters. I'm missing that. But I'm not sure what I want to do next. If I want to try and touch up on these paintings, or if I want to dig into Scott Pilgrim. I may want to do the paintings first. I'm not sure. Let me go ahead and pull up the... man, it locked me out. That's annoying. It's 8 episodes at about a half an hour pop. So definitely not clearing the whole thing in one stream. You know what it's probably gonna be? Because I think One Piece, like the live action One Piece, was the same. It was 8 episodes long. Those were long episodes, granted. But I think it might be a thing where I just kind of breach it with 2 episodes at first, and then I'll watch the next 3 next stream, and then the next 3 the stream after that. That's what, you know, that's what the stream is about. So let's go ahead and break into the Scott Pilgrim that I've been missing out on. I mean, if you watched my last stream, then you saw it like dawn on my face, like, oh, there's a Scott Pilgrim thing that I haven't watched. Actually, hold on, let me not strap on the headphones right away, because I want to give a bit of a preface to this. I'm sure I, like a lot of people, got into Scott Pilgrim around like the 2009 to 2010 period. I don't remember exactly when the movie was announced, but it was just so colorful and kinetic and out there that it immediately grabbed my attention and I wanted to watch it. So what I did was I went and grabbed the first 5 graphic novels and powered through all of them. And the 6th and final one hadn't even come out yet. In fact, the movie and the finale to the graphic novel were kind of being cooked up concurrently. And that's why the further you get into the movie, the more different it is from the graphic novels. Same goes for the game, too. The game is generally more faithful to the graphic novel, with some weird little wrinkles to it. It's almost kind of a mashup. The way that Gideon has this crazy pixel sword, but also the fact that it all seems to take place over the course of a single winter. The original Scott Pilgrim takes place over the course of about a year. where it starts out in the winter and then eventually it makes its way to spring and summer and finally autumn, I think, is when Scott Pilgrim's finest hour takes place. Which makes it curious because in the game, even though it takes place in the winter, Ramona's got her summer outfit on. I'm not really sure what's up with that. But yeah, I used to be big into Scott Pilgrim. I would read those comic books over and over again. I actually powered through the last one over the course of like a trip across the country to San Francisco. My dad was doing some work there, and so me and my mom, we decided to visit him for a little while and spend some time there. And that was quite a blast, really. 2010 was actually an awesome year for me. Fresh out of high school, going on all sorts of adventures. I went to SeaWorld for my birthday that year. I went to my first convention ever. And San Francisco, it was a blast, although I don't know if I would go to California today. Not without protection at the very least, because then it probably would be a blast. I would get like blasted in my face by a shotgun. It just seems like I hear nothing but bad things about California now. How unsafe it is. How crooks and killers go free. It's not a good look for California. You hear about how expensive it is, how dirty it is. There's homelessness everywhere. Really depressing after having had such a pleasant trip to San Francisco as recently as 2010. Apparently at some point within the past decade it is it's really fallen off. I'm sorry to hear that. I mean, that's a part of my young adulthood that I don't think I'll ever be able to revisit without like a concealed carry or a full body condom or like a hazmat suit or something. And I still have Scott Pilgrim though. Scott Pilgrim was a great time capsule of that era with all the like video game references and like anime references. It just seemed to really encapsulate the culture of the time. And so this is gonna be cool. Going back to Scott Pilgrim. I liked the graphic novels. I actually thought the movie was better though. It helped that it cut a lot of the weird sub-themes that were never really explored all that well. Like the glow. The glow was set up from the first graphic novel and persists all the way through to the last one, and I still don't fully understand it. So I was actually kind of glad to see that pulled out of the live action film. That movie was great. Like I said, very kinetic. Awesome editing. Perfect pacing. Edgar Wright is awesome. That's why I also loved his other movie, Baby Driver. That one's really good. And I'm sure he's made some other ones. I should really check out his filmography. But for now, let's check out Scott Pilgrim's... not Scott Pilgrim's Finest Hour. Scott Pilgrim Takes Off. Don't know too much about this. Like, at all. Because I'm just looking at it, like all the little previews and stuff, and it seems like maybe it's mostly just the graphic novel, but I heard that there are actually some differences. I heard that it's also kind of a sequel, so I guess I'll see how it plays out. I think I'll text my friend about it first and see if he's interested. because we both enjoy Scott Pilgrim together. And we played that beat 'em up together as well, and that was a blast. Man, it's getting hot. Let's crank it up another notch. Okay, let's do this. Oh, that's cool looking.
I'm so alone.
Scott Pilgrim's Precious Little Life. That's the name of the first graphic novel. I'm not sure if I remember how it started out, though. Oh, that's also cool. Oh my gosh. I just realized that's not actually pulled up on the stream. Now I feel silly. Hold on a second. Okay, well now we actually got to do it over again. I feel so silly now. Alright, let's do that again. uh, and his design has always been interesting because it fluctuates a lot. Where from the first graphic novel all the way through to the fifth, he looks pretty much the way you would expect.
I'm so
The way that he looks
alone.
in the movie and in the game, but then in the last graphic novel, suddenly, for whatever reason, Brian Lee O'Malley, like, or wait, what was it? Brandon, I don't remember the name of the guy who did this, but he like totally switched up his design. This is actually a little loud.
The girl of my dreams?
It's time to wake up, dude.
Yeah, I'll turn it up here.
I had a dream about that girl again.
There we go.
Here the first time you told me.
But she has cool hair and wheels.
Wow, so specific. When are you getting your own place?
Isn't this my place?
No, you crashed here one time and you never left.
That's not how I remember it.
Could you at least get your own stuff?
I have stuff.
There we go. That's better.
Not have stuff.
Ooh, can I have some?
Some of my coffee.
I don't have to take this guff from you.
You're right.
I do not believe that Wallace's coat is
Leave.
better. Scott's got a hype coat. It's got the X-Men
I was
logo
just
on
about
it.
to anyway.
Toronto, Canada. Not too long ago.
That's right, not too long ago. Stop acting like 2010 was so long ago. It's 2010 now. Oh, I forgot to see in the credits. I don't know if they brought Beck back. He's the one who cooked up a lot of the songs. I think all of the songs that Sex Bomb did in the live-action film.
You might be the best band of all time.
We're not.
Maybe Knives has really good taste and knows things others don't.
Wouldn't count on it.
Want to do it again? Let's do it again!
I also noticed that even though it's animation, it has a lot of the editing effects that were present in the live-action movie with like chromatic aberration and weird
really
lo-fi filters and stuff.
And what is she? She's sort of my girlfriend?
Scott, your life is so interesting.
Thanks, Kim.
Oh, that was sarcasm.
Alright, you guys want to... What?
Man, we're here at the party already, huh? I think it actually did go this fast in the graphic novel. Oh man. Remember in 2016 when the guy who invented the Soho cups passed away? What a bummer.
Hey,
Hi.
I don't remember how cringe this was in the graphic novel.
You know Sonic the Hedgehog? You probably know this, but in the early 90s, there were 2 different Sonic cartoons airing at the same time. One was dark and dramatic, the other was a hilarious comedy about chili dogs. And the same guy played Sonic in both shows. Isn't that wild? The same guy playing 2 different versions of the same guy? Well, maybe you didn't watch cartoons, or you're not into chili dogs.
They're okay. I mostly watched older stuff when I was a kid. You know, Columbo reruns.
Reruns. Cool. Got it. Are you real?
Columbo.
Did you just ask me if I was real?
No, I was talking to someone else. Bye.
Why are you here?
I'm a +1.
There were no +1s. Everyone here is someone I invited personally. My parties are curated.
So, do you know this one girl with hair like this?
Ramona Flowers.
Ramona.
She's from New York City.
The Big Apple.
She moved here after a bad breakup.
She's single?
Got a job delivering DVDs for Netflix.
DVDs for Netflix.
I'm like
Of
her only
course.
friend
I did
in
hear
town.
about
She
that
needs friends.
change.
I forbid you from dating her, Scott Pilgrim!
Cool, thanks, Julie. Bye. Wallace, quick! What movie should I rent?
You're banned from no account video. You owe like a gajillion dollars in late fees.
Not the rental place. I'm using the World Wide Web. What should I rent?
Yeah, no account video. That's the thing of the game where if you pay off Scott's late fees, you just get the best items for super cheap.
I think I need the name of a hot guy.
Fine. Lucas Lee. Best chest in the business.
Action Doctor. Let's hope there's a heaven. Thrilled to be here. Ooh, the game is over too. It's over a second time. That sounds fun.
But are you waiting for the DVD? It's gonna take a bit.
Those names sound familiar too. I think those are actually all movies from the graphic novel. The music that was playing in the background sounded familiar.
Yes, that's me.
Are you Wallace Wells?
No, I'm Scott Pilgrim. Wallace is my cool gay roommate. He lets me use his credit card.
Oh.
Changing it to Netflix is kind of cringe, but I know that Amazon is also kind of controversial now, so I kind of get why they
Cool.
changed that.
Enjoy your DVD, Mr. Wells.
Wait, are you the person in my dreams?
I thought we went over this already.
So you are. Isn't that weird?
It's not weird at all. There's just a really convenient subspace highway running through your head. It's like 3 miles in 15 seconds.
See, that was a throwaway line in the movie, but it winds up being a big
Space subway.
subplot
Totally, I get it.
in the graphic
Anyway,
novel.
Wanna go out sometime?
And that's another thing where I
You
was
wanna
kind of
go
glad
on a
to see
date
that dropped.
With me?
Doesn't have to be a date. Could be a low-key team-up. Canada and America joining forces. You're new in town. I'm old in town. What do you think? Why are you just standing there?
Dude, I'm waiting on you.
It's getting nice out, eh? I didn't really need the parka.
What's with the X, anyway?
Oh, this? Well, obviously one of us went to Professor Xavier's School for Gifted Youngsters, and one of us did not.
Is that a Sonic thing?
Is it Sonic? No, it isn't. So, why'd you move to Toronto? Just so you could go to Julie's parties?
No. Well, I got the job delivering DVDs for Netflix, and Gideon always said Toronto
Oh
was
my
one of the
gosh,
great
please
cities.
stop talking about Netflix.
Is Gideon a boyfriend?
He's a friend. So, what do you do?
I'm between jobs.
Between what and what?
Well, my last job is a really long story filled with sighs. Maybe we can get into it in a later episode.
We don't have to talk about our pasts. It It's my least favorite subject. I should have checked the weather. Guess you need that parka now.
It's just a little bit of snow. Did it snow where you came from?
I thought we were avoiding the past.
Where you from? That's not the past, that's a location.
Fine. Where are you from?
Up north.
Ah. Then you're used to this kind of weather, right?
Yeah. Are you?
I grew up in the mountains, man.
Did you do a lot of skiing?
No.
Bring me Matthew Patel. The game has begun.
Do you ice skate? I assumed.
Well,
considering
that didn't
you
happen
rollerblade.
before.
I did figure skating when I was 4. Ah, look at that. You got me talking about the past again. You're quite the trickster, Scott Pilgrim.
And I wasn't even trying.
This really picked up.
Ramona! I can't see you!
Relax. Take my hand. There should be a door around here.
I like the clear change
This is your apartment.
in
So that star door was...
and Michael Cera's performance. He gives more the energy
Yeah.
Good
of
thing this wasn't a real
the
date.
original Scott
Otherwise it
Pilgrim,
would qualify
where
as
he's
a
supposed to
maybe.
have a certain amount of fake confidence that turns into real confidence, as opposed to the movie where he was just mostly
You look like you're dying.
awkward.
Let me get you a blanket.
The awkward side of Scott that he usually tries to cover up.
Dude, I'm changing.
Ah! Sorry! I'm just cold and innocent. There you go. Now I can't see anything. That's better.
Does this help?
Oh.
I'm cold too.
Sparks.
Uh-huh.
Were you just gonna bring the blanket from your bed?
I guess.
Maybe we could both get under it while it's on the bed, since we're both cold. I'm not sure if I'm ready.
I changed my mind.
From what? To what?
I don't want to have sex with you, Pilgrim. Not right now.
That's okay. That's cool.
I'm not going to send you home in a snowstorm or anything. You can sleep in my bed. And I reserve the right to change my mind about the sex later.
Awesome.
Nasha's really good looking.
You sent for me?
I did.
I just wanted to say thanks for creating this league. It's pretty high concept.
I didn't bring you here for flattery. Things have taken a turn. It seems our dear Ramona has a new suitor.
It's really happening? Who is he?
My interns compiled extensive research on the subject. Scott Pilgrim, 23 years old, lives in Toronto, Canada.
I thought he was 24.
Hopeless. He's in an indie band of subjective quality.
How long have they been dating?
They've been on one date, but he's currently sleeping in her bed.
That bastard!
Indeed. But this is where it gets interesting. Scott Pilgrim is dating a high schooler.
Wait, I'm sorry, did you say he's dating a high schooler?
Dating may be a strong word. Our intel says they've never kissed, but they did hold hands once.
Does Ramona know?
I actually almost forgot about that. Like, that's a big thing in the movie, but they've actually almost completely glossed over Knives
What's his fight
in
experience?
this animation.
He's been described as, quote, the best fighter in the province, unquote.
Ooh, this scumbag sounds like a challenge.
Are you worried?
No, I'm glad it won't be easy. I'll relish this victory. Ramona's new guy's gonna wish he was never born, because his brutal death is inevitable. Because of me. Because I'm gonna kill him. And then he'll be dead.
I hope Scott Pilgrim enjoys the final few days of his precious little life.
What time is it?
Not quite 8 a.m. I have to work, so you have to leave.
Hey, can this not be a one-night stand? For one thing, I'm not even sure if it would count.
I'll consider it. What did you have in mind?
Oh, my band has a show tonight at the Rocket, 9 p.m.
You have a band.
Yeah, we're terrible. Please come.
Yeah, okay. 9 p.m., the Rocket. I'll be there.
I bet you're
Ooh,
wondering
there's some
why I
nice
never
chiptune
came home
playing. I
last
wonder
night.
if that's an I'm gonna
Wondered how
Gucci.
I got so lucky.
Well,
I really should have
actually,
paid more
I am the
attention
one
to the
who got
credits to
lucky
see
because
if
I spent the night with the girl of
any bands I know are
my
part of the
dreams.
soundtrack.
Ramona Flowers.
Congrats. You need to break up with your fake high school girlfriend.
Do I have to? I mean, are we really even dating?
Knives thinks you are. And Knives is an angel. You need to end it immediately.
Fine. You're right. I'll do it.
Good. By the way, there's a letter for you.
Dear Mr. Pilgrim, my name is Matthew Patel. I challenge you to a blah blah blah, something about fighting, League of Evil Exes, more like a League of Boring. You coming to our show today?
There was an email last time.
Unfortunately, yes.
I don't remember what it was in the I almost said manga. In the comics.
Hey, Knives. Have you met Stacy?
Wow. I've heard so much about you. So how goes it? I am 16 kinds of pumped to see Sex Bomb tonight. That's how it goes. I feel so excited I might actually pass out.
Boy, sure seems like nobody delivered crushing news to you today.
Crushing? Like a bad kind of crushing? Oh, you poor thing. You're better than him. Just know that, okay? Better than who?
I have to go.
Huh?
Why are you stressing, Scott?
Who's stressing? Steven's stressing.
Of course I'm
So was
stressed.
Stefan.
Opening band pulled out. They flaked.
Crashing the boys flaked?
I heard they were changing it to just
I
Crash
also
losing the
hey,
toys.
I also thought that Scott always referred to Stefan Stills by his full name.
Classic car crash sex film shot right here in Toronto.
I didn't know you were a cinephile.
What is cinephile?
Crash, boys. Either way, they probably canceled because they think we suck.
We probably do.
That's not funny, Kim. If we suck, then the audience won't like us. They'll think we suck. Maybe we should cancel the show.
Hey, there's only one way to find out if we suck, and that's by playing. Now.
So, are you a fan of Sex Bomb?
No, I'm kind of seeing someone in the band.
That's crazy. I am too.
Who are you dating in the band?
We are Sex Bomb! 1, 2, 3, 4!
Mr. Pilgrim!
It's probably good that Matthew showed up. Sex Bomb does kind of suck.
Wait! Hold on! Who are you exactly, and why are we fighting?
Aren't you Scott Pilgrim?
Depends who's asking.
It is I! Matthew Patel, Ramona's first evil ex-boyfriend.
Cool. And you're here because...
Didn't you read my letter?
Kind of.
I hand-delivered it during a blizzard.
Remind me what it said exactly?
It said Ramona Flowers has 7 evil exes. Each
Kind of bummed out that we
powerful than
didn't
the
get to
last,
see Crash and the boys.
all of whom you must defeat in order to date her. It was a very detailed letter.
You knew about this?
Right. Yeah. I heard about it. I sort of thought it was a joke.
And you really dated this guy?
Yeah. In middle school. It was football season, and for some reason, all the little jocks wanted me. Matthew Patel was the only non-white, non-jock boy in school. Maybe the only one for miles around. So, we joined forces and took them all out. Nothing could beat Matthew's mystical powers combined with my brute strength. We only kissed once, and we were quits after something like a week and a half. He didn't even
That's
get
more
truly
accurate to the
evil
comment,
until
but
high
I missed
school, and
how
by
it
that
was a
time he
little
lived far,
rhyme
far
at
away.
first.
Mystical powers?
In the movie.
Unfair.
All fair in love and...
War? I think it's war.
Time to fight!
Matthew Patel versus Scott Pilgrim. Round 1. Fight.
Dang. Okay.
I won? I won!
Well, I don't think I need to say that that's not how it came down. In the graphic novel, in the movie, in the game, okay. I'm liking it so far. I like the style. I like the soundtrack. The style. It's really like a nice in between how Scott Pilgrim looked at like the beginning of the graphic novel versus the end, where at first it was like really rough, and by the end the art style had almost become flanderized to where everyone looked way too cute. So this is a nice middle ground. The soundtrack is good. It's got a bit of chiptune that you would be used to hearing in the game, but then it's also got the grungy sound of the movie. It's super colorful, lots of action, good pacing, although I feel like there's some stuff that we're missing out on. We've barely gotten to know Knives, even though I would consider her to be a pretty important character. Whereas in the movie, you got to know her a whole lot. A lot of people even consider, I mean, I don't have the actress' names memorized, but the person who played Knives in the movie, a lot of people said that she was the best actor. And I'm pretty sure she's come back to reprise her role now. Ali Koga. I don't know if that's the same person, but I mean, the actress in the movie, she did really good, and that was a character that got a lot of screen time. That's granted. That's because in an older version of the script, Scott actually goes back to Knives and they get together permanently. But I don't know. I could use more time with Knives because she's supposed to become kind of a big deal. Maybe we'll get more time with her later. And no Crash of the Boys either. That's a bummer. I mean, they kind of got snubbed in the movie too, where they get killed in their first appearance. They're actually supposed to come back at least one other time in the comics. So far, good. And now I'm starting to see what people were saying about how this is not just a straight up, remake or like reboot or anything. Like how this is actually differing a significant amount. So we'll see what comes in the next episode. And I think we can just... Oh, wait. Is there no intro here? Oh, delayed intro. Got it.
I won! Huh? What are you doing? I won! That means you and I are free to get back together. Right? Those are the rules of the league.
Unless this is just like in Ramona's head or something.
Hey! Where are you going? Guys, did anyone get that fight on video? You guys leaving? Is there an after party? What's going on?
Where did everybody go? Is the show over?
There was no show. The bass player was punched to death.
Did you say punched to death? As in to death?
Yes, those are the words I said.
Man, Knives' design is really cute. Yes, skip intro, please. I mean, it's awesome, don't get me wrong. But I want to kind of, get into what's going on here. Ooh, shower scene. Are we going to get to fight Vega? I half expected to be the Hulk in the mirror. Can't believe I'm making an Ang Lee's Hulk reference. Man, this is really pretty. Wow. Oh my gosh, is it just gonna be a little handful of change in the coffin?
From Scott's dreams.
Wallace, how are you?
Well, I always like wearing black. This is as good an excuse as any. Love the new hair.
I can't believe he's gone.
It's not a surprise, really. He was always taking on high-level enemies.
Yeah, but You always won.
Nobody wins forever.
The house does.
Hmm?
Like casinos?
I'm gonna sit next to someone else.
Hey, you're the girl that got Scott killed, right? It's good to meet you.
Ramona.
Young Neil.
I guess now I'll never know if we sucked. Which is kind of nice. Just wish we were under different circumstances.
It's a little quiet now, though. I'll turn it up. Aw, she's got his coat.
You. What are you doing here? You killed Scott Pilgrim! Did you say killed? This is juicy.
I don't know if that's fair.
Fair? You're responsible. You're the one to blame. It's your fault.
This has got to be the most dramatic funeral I've ever been to. It doesn't get more dramatic.
Or does it?
Who are these people? She sparkles like a character from Kill la Kill.
Showtime. Envy Adams? No way. It's the real deal. Envy! Icon Queen Mommy!
What kind of funeral is this?
Envy Adams is amazing! She's the lead singer of my favorite band of all time! Woo!
The Clash at Demon Head? I thought we were your favorite band.
Oh. Well, they're my favorite real band. Sex Bob-omb's my favorite band that isn't real.
I'd like to thank you all for coming out to see me.
We love you, Envy!
As you all know,
Where is this going?
Scott Pilgrim in my pre-celebrity life.
We didn't all know!
And even though he was the least important chapter of the book of my life, and even though I don't remember much about our relationship at all, I thought I'd sing a song in his memory.
I will remember you. Will you remember me?
Scott dated her?
Crazy, right? Can you imagine having an ex who became a huge celebrity after you broke up?
Weep not for the
Why are there ninjas with her? Maybe I want to turn this down if it's like copyrighted or something. Maybe a little more. We're like 8 minutes deep into this, and I'm still not clear on where this is going. Wait, so Gideon also gets a letter? What's going on here?
All 7 of you are cordially invited to a very special evening.
Hold on a sec. Invitation, Evil X. Also a new special dinner. A Gideon secret layer, 5 p.m. A tire cocktail. Edit. Wait, if it's it. Yeah. Is it the change? Come on.
I'm sorry, Scott.
Ah, I knew it. I knew it.
New York City, America.
Did I say main media or man media?
Mr. Lee, I'm a huge fan.
Tell me something I don't know.
Yep, that's Chris Evans, aka Human Torch, aka Captain America. Todd Ingram's the one whose name I always have trouble remembering.
I've had a few auditions.
Maybe you should stick to the rivers and the lakes that you're used to. Let the pros do the pro things.
Vegans have perfect photographic memories. I could memorize an entire script, just like that.
I don't even read the scripts anymore. I just say the first thing that pops into my head. It's called being in the moment.
Is that why half your lines in your last movie were, "Let's party"?
Don't know. Didn't watch it.
Drink, sir.
Let's party. Sick layer, bro.
Why'd you bring us here, Gideon?
I didn't. The person behind this event remains a mystery.
Who invited the robot?
No one did. For it is I who did the inviting. Matthew Patel!
Huh.
The robot's with us.
I guess we didn't see him get an invitation.
We call him Robot 01. We gendered him too. Male. He's our special little guy.
This party was curated. No +1! I see none of you took my request for cocktail attire seriously.
I don't even know what that is.
I thought it meant there'd be drinks. I was right.
Man, Matthew's looking way cooler now.
I brought you all here because I've realized there's a fatal flaw in our league. A failure of leadership.
Are you questioning my methods?
I'm not questioning them. I'm answering them. I, Matthew Patel, defeated Ramona's new boyfriend and got nothing for it.
Ramona has a new boyfriend? Sounds like she had a new boyfriend.
Correct. His name was Scott Pilgrim, and I punched him into the next life.
Scott Pilgrim? The random Canadian guy whose funeral was inexplicably attended by Envy Adams? She performed a song. It was all over the news.
That's right. My girlfriend, Envy Adams.
Yo, why does Roxy have like a weird mask on now?
Envy Adams. Act like you've been here before.
Listen to me, all of you. If we win, we don't get Ramona. I flawlessly defeated her precious little Scott, and she still turned me down.
Gasp.
You're the lowest ranked Evil X. Why do you think you'd get the girl? You were fighting him, so I'd get the girl.
Wait, that's your plan? And the rest of us get nothing?
Nothing? Sounds like a bad deal.
I think this league needs a
Why does
new
Todd sound like such a thug
and a
now?
new Evil X in charge.
You really think I'd just hand the league over?
No, I think I'll fight you for it. You versus me.
Okay.
I'm Gideon Graves. I own 2 record labels, a movie studio, 14 animal shelters, and this league. You're a D+ theater student with delusional Broadway dreams. This is a joke. You're not worth my time.
Sounds like somebody's scared.
What did you just say?
She said it sounds like somebody's scared.
That's what I thought she said.
What is up with Todd and this virgin?
No. Nothing's ever scared me. My nickname in school was Fearless. I wore no fear shirts every day.
Sounds to me like those shirts were a lie, bro.
They weren't a lie.
Then it's time for G-Man to put his fists where his mouth is.
You just made the biggest mistake of your life. Winner takes all? That's what you propose? You think you stand a chance against my power?
What is Gideon's power? Because it keeps changing.
If you win...
Sometimes he's got a crazy sword, sometimes he doesn't. Sometimes he's just a good swordsman.
But if you lose...
Sometimes he's an evil genius.
I take your life.
I accept those.
Gideon's probably gone through the most iterations out of any character in Scott Pilgrim.
Scott Pilgrim. In hell.
Gideon Graves versus Matthew Patel. Fight.
I have expected Matthew Patel to get another surprise victory here. Oh, I liked the shirt on one of the Cutting and Huggy twins.
You're messing with the CEO, pal.
No. We are. Come on, girls. Oh, I'm just getting started. Fly, girls! Full court press!
Yo, this is sick.
Still think I'm a loser?
I do. Time to take this fight to the next level.
How convenient that there just happened to be a little elevator right there. Oh, that's cool. Gideon's still a swordsman, and this is the first time we've seen him use 2 swords.
Surprise attack! Now, girls!
You cut yourself down.
Again! You're a D+ fighter, too! How did he...
There you go.
Down! End of the line!
Now this is really starting to feel like a trigger animation. Did I just hear like a little Ganondorf die in there? Yo, that's cool. Now he's like a Darkstalkers fighter now. He never did this before.
You're mine.
This is what we in the business call a reversal of fortune.
Yo, Todd Ingram's got the Kiens on.
What are you waiting for, Matt? Finish him.
I gotta stop eating meat.
Finally.
Ahem. If I could just have your signature right here, Mr. Graves.
What's this?
The result of this fight is legally binding. Everything of yours now belongs to Mr. Patel.
Hey! My empire? My league? My lair? My home? My underwear?
Those were the terms.
Fine.
Do it. Put me out of my misery. No, I want to put you into your misery.
That's kind of a hard line, I gotta admit. And the robot's still working, that's great.
This is my league now. I'm the main character.
Here's to the new boss.
Oh, Captain, my Captain.
You can put the Kiens on away now.
Betrayed by all of you. Lucas Lee. Todd. Twin. Other twin.
Did we get their first names?
That's two, Roxanne.
Et tu? Eat me.
Wait, Roxy. I never properly appreciated you before. You have something the other exes don't. That's why you should join me. We could be a league of two.
I don't need a league to get a girl. Have a nice life, loser.
Yo, why is Matt so much more powerful in this version? I like that. That's so much like cats in real life where they curl themselves up into a ball so tight that you can't even tell one end from the other.
You look like you're dying. Let me get you a blanket.
Speaking of dying, I'm actually starting to get cold. I need to turn my fan back down. What's with the emphasis on the cat? Is the cat doing something? Is the cat gonna be a character?
Scott?
He's alive!
Okay, wow. I don't know what to say. I mean, this is, I forgot to change the text again. Stupid text. Well, I was gonna change it to Scott Pilgrim, but we're not watching it now. Ugh. I'll change it to painting. That's what we're gonna be doing next. Remembering to change the text on my stream is like my nemesis. I keep forgetting. Ugh. But, I mean, this is looking pretty good so far. I mean, it's different. But, hey, you know what the difference is between this and something like Final Fantasy VII Remake? It's not called Scott Pilgrim Remake. It's called Scott Pilgrim Takes Off. It's got a different title. Like, there's no assumption that it's going to be the same thing. So when it takes a sudden turn, I'm not thrown off the way that I am with something like Final Fantasy VII Remake. Although, I gotta say, like, I almost feel like Netflix set this up to be intentionally misleading. Because just from a cursory look at the little episode previews and stuff, it looks like it's going to be the same story, but then it's not. Not so far, anyway. Huh. I think maybe that was Netflix's deliberate attempt to avoid spoilers. But it's solid so far. Good animation, good action, good soundtrack, good voice acting, except for Todd Ingram's voice acting is good. I think whatever's going on with him is intentional. But I think I'll do a little bit of painting now. And then I'll see how long that takes. Before I decide whether or not I want to watch more Scott Pilgrim before I end the stream. Because it's all... Dang it. These cables are a mess. I gotta scoot this out of the way. And then pour myself some black paint. There we go. Dang it, I've already got black paint all over me. Hold on a second. Let's go to intermission. I gotta get some water, some paper towel. Okay, there we go. That's better. And you know what else I did? I remembered to actually turn my streaming lighting on. I forget all the time because the lighting in here is actually not that bad. I think once or twice I've actually streamed without ever turning the streaming lighting on. But it does help. So now I gotta scoot the mic out of the way, so bear with me on this. Because I gotta scoot it out of the way, but not too far out of the way, or else you can't hear me. Ew, there's crumbs everywhere. What a mess. I'm not trying to take you to Crumbland on stream. There we go. You can still see the paint from my previous painting stream. And you can see my horrible, ugly gaming mouse. Let's roll this camera. As soon as I find it. And for some reason, it always opens up on a different thing, on a different screen. Roll. There we go. Hey, Jaren. Yeah, Scott Pilgrim's been good so far. Unlike the movies that give away everything on the trailer. The one that I think is the worst, and this is so obscure, is the trailer for The Croods 2. I think it played... I think a preview played while I was waiting for... what was it? It was like one of the Spider-Verse movies. I think it was Beyond the Spider-Verse, maybe? Or no, Across the Spider-Verse. Beyond the Spider-Verse is the third one that hasn't come out yet. Man, it's so dusty. So, I don't know if you've seen that. I have no interest in it. I've actually heard that the first Croods is good, though. But the trailer for The Croods 2, it was like everything. All the little twists that were already obvious, just like watching the trailer. It really did feel like you watched a whole 3-act movie. I was like, what are you doing? By the time you actually watch the movie, there's no surprises. You feel like you already watched it. What, did Square Enix direct that trailer? I mean, I don't know if anyone remembers that, but the time when everyone was waiting for Final Fantasy VII Remake, Final Fantasy 15, Kingdom Hearts 3, it was Feast and Famine, where they have such a bad habit. Square Enix will announce projects when they're in the conceptual phase, and then total radio silence for years and years and years. And then when they're finally ready to share more information about their big upcoming game, it's like total information overload. You go from a drought of information to a flood of information, to where once the game comes out, you feel like you've already played it. And I feel like maybe I've already talked about this on stream once before, but it definitely doesn't help when the game gets leaked about like a month early. That happened to Devil May Cry 5 too, but that was like a week early, not a month. Although in the case of Final Fantasy VII Remake, I feel like leaking that game was almost a public service. Like, there was just so much about that game that was kept secret that I felt like it was pertinent information to deciding if that was going to be the game for you. Once I picked up on all the leaks for that game, like, my plans totally changed. There was no way I was going to buy that. I mean, it's like I was saying earlier. Scott Pilgrim Takes Off saves itself so much grief by calling itself Scott Pilgrim Takes Off. If it had just called itself Scott Pilgrim or Scott Pilgrim's Precious Little Life, Scott Pilgrim vs. the World, Scott Pilgrim Remake, all you would hear is people complaining about how it's not what they asked for. It's not the same as the book or the game or the movie or any of that. Huh. The black on this is so faded. I almost kind of wanted to like redo all of the black. It's not doing so great. I still have plenty of black paint. The rumors of Final Fantasy IX getting remade, those rumors have been around for a while. The team that made that, well, I don't know if they're still around, so maybe it's not the team that made that. I know that their Hawaii studio shut down at some point, but at Square Enix there have always been rumors floating around that 9 would get remade, that they really wanted to remake that game. Not sure why they picked 9 in particular. And maybe there was a time when I would be hyped for that. I always thought that the gameplay in 9 was a little unpolished. Like, I don't like how slow it is. How it feels like enemies will always get their turn before you. I feel like the magic stone system suffers from a lot of imbalance. And it's just generally unintuitive on how you get more magic stones. So you wind up not having enough. It just always felt like I barely had enough magic stones to equip the bare minimum I needed to survive in that game. All the status effects that you need protection for, or else they just end you. I had just enough magic stones to whip up some protection against that stuff, and that was pretty much it. There wasn't... I personally did not have a lot of room to experiment with all the different abilities the game gives you. Which was really frustrating. And to me, it was a clear prototype. I almost feel like it wasn't even supposed to be polished. Like they were just trying out ideas for future games. Game had too many ailments? Oh yeah. You had weird ailments. Like trouble. or I think Freeze might have been in there. The big one for me was Heat. I don't remember if I told you the story, but just the one time when I had no heat protection, I did not anticipate the need for heat protection until it was too late. And so I was going through, I think it was the Crystal World. And Crystal Tiamat just rocks out from the shadows and hits everyone with his jet fire. All of a sudden, all 4 of my characters have heat. After I had already given all of them commands to do stuff. So I can do anything but just watch them die one by one. It sucked. It was a total sucker punch. It was just unprecedented. There was maybe one other move in the game that inflicted heat, and it was one character at a time. But with regards to the Magic Stone system, it seemed like maybe they were trying out ideas for future games. You wouldn't know because you haven't played them, but Magic Stones is so the prototype for the ability system in Kingdom Hearts. Where it is way, way, way more polished. Where you actually have enough abilities. And on top of that, they also regulate the cost of abilities a lot more. In Final Fantasy IX, the cost of abilities would range wildly from needing only 1 Magic Stone to needing 30 Magic Stones for the really good ones. Whereas in Kingdom Hearts, abilities only range between 1 or 5 ability points needed. 1 to 5, that was it. It made planning your character and kind of charting their growth way, way easier. On top of the fact that you mostly just need to worry about the one main character, and maybe if you're having a hard time, maybe play around with the abilities of your secondary characters. So if there were to be a Final Fantasy IX remake, well, I don't know. Would they iterate on the gameplay that was already there and just take notes from Kingdom Hearts, or would they do the Final Fantasy VII remake where they basically scrap all but the bare bones of the concept of combat and then switch to real time, to all real time all the time, where it only vaguely resembles the old combat? But you know me. You know that if there was going to be a Final Fantasy IX remake for real, combat would be the least of my worries. I mean, I wouldn't necessarily say it's hard to, like, screw it up more. I've definitely played worse Final Fantasy games in terms of the combat. But for me, the primary concern would be the story. To me, Final Fantasy IX has the best story of any Final Fantasy game, where it actually has twists and turns. It actually catches you off guard. And there's actually some back and forth where the bad guy's plan doesn't always work, where he's not always this perfect criminal mastermind. Sometimes he fails, and sometimes he's got to start over from square one. And I actually really appreciated that. And maybe there are some, like, weak characters in Final Fantasy IX, but the the through line about how each character has a sort of existential crisis where they lose their drive and they have to find something new to carry them forward. That was really strong. But for me, there was so much broken trust after Final Fantasy VII Remake turned out to not be a remake and had these wild, sweeping changes to the plot. I would be so worried about them flying off the handle yet again and making it some sort of preposterous meta plot about time ghosts and someone trying to change destiny and just a bunch of like gobbledygook and silly platitudes about fate and such, and hate it. Yeah, it is fanfic level stuff. Except I think I've actually known like fan fiction that was better. Not even like even someone like Squirrel King, that like really famously bad fan fiction writer, where it was really clear that English was a second language. He had very juvenile concept of storytelling. He at least had an understanding of the basics when it came to dramatic storytelling. And that's got to be pretty embarrassing when a fan fiction writer can outdo the writing for like modern big time AAA products. I like how I couldn't decide if I wanted to say products or projects, so I just kind of said products. This painting's really old. Instead of just letting it sit around forever, I should really try and sell it. And you've probably noticed that that some of the color paint is really bad. Like the blue in particular is super duper splotchy. Just splotchy all over, really, and unfortunately there's really nothing I can do about it. These are special blacklight paints that I don't have anymore. So they're just kind of stuck looking the way that they look. I won't charge much for this painting. It's been a long time. I don't remember when I made this painting. Is it on the back? No, I really should put a date on the back. I mean, like I said in the last stream, this blacklight paint was not very well behaved in the first place. It was super chunky. It's sad, the situation with remakes right now. I remember I used to say that they should remake Final Fantasy VI. That to anyone, it would be obvious why they would choose Final Fantasy VII to remake. That was a huge hit, especially in the West. Obviously, if you want to make big bucks, you go and remake the one that was like super duper popular. But if they really wanted to wow me, they should have remade Final Fantasy VI. That game I find to be even more grand in scale than Final Fantasy VII. Where it had tons of playable characters and tons of locations that would change. It was a very intense, warlike setting with lots of death and suffering and just depressing stuff. And it would have been awesome to see them tackle that. But after what they did with Final Fantasy VII, I'm like, I don't know. Like, what kind of wish am I making on this monkey paw? If I want them to remake Final Fantasy VI too. I mean, if I looked at the credits and it says like Tetsuya Nomura, if he's like directing or writing, I'm out of there. Out of there, out of there. The dude couldn't write his way out of his own house. It's only rare and strange experiments where the world ends with you, where he seems to accidentally write something good. And even then, I had my qualms about that game. It's great. It's a classic. But it's still a little overrated. Its greatest strength, I think, was just the fact that it pushed the boundaries of reincorporation. Where there is gameplay stuff in that game that overlaps with the story in pleasantly surprising ways. But it's still super tropey. You know, it's the old like death game type story. And I feel like any story that centers around a game that the characters are playing, it's inevitable that every rule of that game will eventually be bent or broken. And so it winds up being kind of predictable in that way. Still a blast of a game. I've frankly put in an embarrassing amount of time on it. Partly because you only get one save file, though. So starting over would mean starting, like, a lot of stuff over. A lot of the progress that I made. Because actually, like, collecting all the stuff of that game, beating the super boss, getting a perfect save file, a lot of work goes into that. Especially since part of it is founded in the social aspect of the DS, where you were supposed to interact with other players, and that was actually necessary to unlocking some items. And there was maybe one time ever where I connected with another player. Thankfully, they have some mercy. And, oh my gosh, I just got paint in my hair. I need to pay more attention when I go to scratch myself which hand I'm using. Thankfully, they have some mercy on the player in that game, so that if you're ever in a situation where you're bereft of other World Ends With You players, they'll just toss you some random extra, like, XP or whatever. Like, in that game, there's different kinds of XP. And there's a certain type of XP that you can only get by interacting with other players. Every once in a while, they'll just give you free multiplayer type XP. And that was my only saving grace. Trying to get a perfect save file. Just leaving my DS on for hours at a time. In mingle mode, as they call it. And they had to do it. I'm not sure how familiar you are with The World Ends With You, but the initial concept for that game was it was supposed to be a game that literally made use of every feature of the Nintendo DS. Which sounds like a mess, I'm sure, but it's turned out surprisingly well. This needs some work here, but I'm almost done refurbishing this one, and then I'll move on to the others. Never owned a DS. Admittedly, I didn't use my DS for much either. I mostly just played Pokemon and The World Ends With You. What else? One sec, let me finish this. Because now I've got the itch to dig into my DS library and see what kind of memories I can dig out. And another thing I want to say about The World Ends With You is the main character, Neku Sakuraba, might be one of the most overpowered playable characters ever. He's almost right up there with like Asura from Asura's Wrath. Not necessarily in terms of the scale of his power, but his sheer versatility is basically unmatched. You have an insane number of powers in that game. You can, like, cause earthquakes. You've got telekinesis. All sorts of, like, crazy elemental powers. Conjuring water, fire, wind, ice, magnetism, black holes. You can float. You can teleport. You can do martial arts. You can conjure, like, cans of healing soda that you drink. You can summon flying squirrels. I'm not even making any of this up. The sheer volume of things that you can do in combat is nuts. You got force fields that are on fire. So many different powers and iterations of different powers. It gives you a lot of room for creativity and versatility in battle. There we go. This part needs a lot of work. Right now, I've been doing a lot of retro gaming on one of my 3DSs. Because I heard about the news that the eShop was showing like maybe 1 or 2 days before the fact. So I just rushed to collect as many games as I want. Admittedly, now I think people know how to get access to those games without having to go through the eShop. People have come up with like different tricks and stuff. But I didn't know. So I panicked and bought like $100 or $200 worth of digital games. I mean, just recently I fired up another save file of Super Metroid, which is good. That's a classic game, but I also can't help but feel like it's a bit overrated. It's definitely not as bad as the old Metroid games, but it still has a bit of that stiffness. In addition to being super floaty. I mean, I know it takes place on another planet, but that's not an excuse. I've also been playing some like indie platformers that have been really monumentally disappointing. I don't even want to get into that right now. I think I want that to be like a video that I do later, because I've got a lot to say about my experience with these darling indie platformers that other people will gush about. But then I played them and they just seemed like a disaster. That didn't go how I wanted. I'll just cover that up. I should switch to a smaller brush now. But before I do, I want to see if I can find that DS collection. I'll be right back. I'm sure it's buried in here somewhere. Where is that? There's cables, even more cables. There we go. Ah, dang it. I unraveled one of my PS2 controllers. There we go. I've got them stowed away in these little deck boxes. And let's move this to the side so I don't get paint on them. Let's see, what have we got? Oh, yeah. It's some old Kingdom Hearts games. I don't know how I forgot about those. Well, I think I actually do know how I forgot about them. It's because the gameplay on them is actually kind of crap. Like, Days had an okay story as far as Kingdom Hearts goes, but then the gameplay just so asinine, where you basically had to play a game of Tetris just to be able to level up. Like everything was something that you had to equip. You had to equip your, not just your weapons or your armor, but your spells, your abilities, your items, even your levels. And then on top of the levels, you had level multipliers that had shapes to them that you would slot into a grid, and then you would put the levels in the level multipliers, and you had to like move them around and tessellate them so that they would all fit on the grid together. It was just busy work. And Recoded, originally just Kingdom Hearts Coded, it was originally exclusive to Japanese cell phones for some asinine reason, and was also episodic, really shows in just how repetitive the story is. Sad thing about this is that it has, I think, the best combat out of just about every Kingdom Hearts game, right up there with the console games, where crafting new moves and abilities was easy and intuitive and well balanced, and almost every version of every move had like ground and air versions. Moves had versatility, utility, but the problem was that the combat only made up about half of the game. The other half was all tangled up in these really tedious mini games, like really shoddy side scrollers, really shoddy, almost Crash Bandicoot-esque linear runners. The only one where I felt like I was in my element was when you go to the Olympus Coliseum, and it's all like turn-based, but not even like traditional Final Fantasy turn-based. It was almost more like Legend of Dragoon, where there was a slight real-time timing elements to combat that would let you get extra hits. That was cool, but a lot of it, not even. So that was a bummer. And then Kingdom Hearts 3D, where For one thing, the ability system was like way oversimplified, where you basically just bought abilities and then you slotted them, and that was it. They introduced cool stuff, like there's crazy free running mechanics. But the real stinker to this would be the Dream Eaters. Why, oh why, would you ever tie up your ability trees in like a dumb pet simulator where you take care of these weird fantasy animals? It just, I don't know where you get it. Like, where do you come up with this stuff? It was so strange. It was better when you played as Riku, because you could do this thing where you could actually fuse with the different creatures, and you would get like wings or like be super strong or whatever. That made more sense. Or, I guess not really. How do I explain that? It made sense in like how the pets can be cool, instead of just being dumb little tag-alongs that you have to put up with because that's how you level up your character. And oh boy, check this out. I've got Pokemon White and Pokemon White and Pokemon White. I just love Pokemon White so much that... And I didn't really want to start over. I still wanted my save file, so I just bought multiple copies of Pokemon White. That was a surprisingly awesome game. I mean, the story with this one was, like, after kind of falling out of love with Pokemon when I was in middle school, like, everyone was kind of growing out of it, after high school and then transitioning into college, all of a sudden it seemed like everyone was growing back into it, where like distance had made the heart grow fonder, and so they were all like, hey, Gen 5 is coming out, so how about you play the game with us, we can trade. And the trading thing never worked out, but I did still really love playing Gen 5. I played Pokemon White and Black too. Anything where you got to like play with the super cool black lightning dragon with like crazy blue LEDs in its tail, like that was really cool. I even found myself appreciating the design where when you're first playing through the game, there are no old Pokemon, there are only new Pokemon. And it's not until you beat the game that you finally start running into older Pokemon. Because once I was being basically forced to give these new Pokemon a chance, I found myself like really getting attached to them. I had kind of gone into that game with a sort of grocery list of Pokemon that I knew that I wanted. But then other Pokemon really wound up surprising me. And I don't think like Game Freak would ever dare to do that today, because ever since Gen 6 with Pokemon X, one of the most like devastatingly disappointing Pokemon games I've ever played, like they can't do it. They need their older Pokemon to be able to round out their roster, because they're just so lazy about designing new Pokemon. They rather focus on gimmicks that stick around for one game and then they're tossed away. Or they'd rather focus on lying about how, oh, we cut down on the national dex because we need to focus on making the game look as good as possible. We're going to really polish those animations and those models. And then when the game finally comes out, people notice that the animations and models are very, very obviously lifted from older Pokemon games. So they literally just didn't want to try it. There was no excuse. None. the one excuse that they had for not letting you have a lot of the Pokemon, it was fake. And so a lot of like classic Pokemon content was just destroyed, basically. It could not move forward. And one that was more disappointing, and I can't... Oh boy. I just accidentally clicked something. The only thing that was maybe more disappointing, and I don't know why it's not here... No, wait. I think it's actually currently still slotted in my 3DS, because that was the last like game that I played on a cartridge. Alpha Sapphire. Like, even more than Pokemon Gold, the first Pokemon game that I played, I'm really nostalgic for Gen 3. I loved the way that it looked. I loved the soundtrack. It was just really rock solid. And then Alpha Sapphire came out and was a disaster. It was way easier in a series that's already notoriously too easy, because there's technically no game overs. You just go back to checkpoint and you lose half your money. Which, like, every time that happens, usually I just reset. Because obviously I don't want to lose half my money. That's pretty crippling. But, I don't know, it was just way easier. They give you tons of super powerful Pokemon for free. It just was not engaging. Like, more than being difficult or challenging, a game has to be engaging. And Alpha Sapphire wasn't it. I felt like I was sleepwalking through that game. And because of that, I've been really hesitant to actually play Pokemon Heart Gold. I only got to maybe the first or second town in this game. And never completed it. Should really give it another chance. Because people talk so much hype about it, but between the one remake of a Pokemon game that I've played to completion being terrible, and this also being a Gen 4 game, and I hated Gen 4. Pokemon Platinum I hated for having really asinine level design, being super just slow and crappy and everything, despite supposedly being the improved version. Like, this is the iteration on Diamond and Pearl that people said the games desperately needed, and I still thought it was terrible. Between those two things, I've been really nervous about cracking into Heart Gold. Metroid Prime Hunters, I have not even booted this game up. I just love Metroid, so I saw it at a retro game store and just pounced on it. I'll probably pick it up sometime. I haven't even played any of the Metroid Prime games. I downloaded the trilogy on my Wii U, though. Again, it's part of the big Nintendo eShop shutting down scare. I want to try and figure out how to stream that. Right now, I don't have any setup for streaming console content. So I would have to workshop that first. Final Fantasy 3 is... This one's kind of a stinker, honestly. It's slow and clunky. Like, I guess I can't blame it for... No, I can. I can't, because this is a remake way after the fact. Like, why is the job system so bad? Why do you give me all these cool, interesting jobs I want to try, but then you discourage me from trying them because there's an adjustment period where, like, all my stats are nerfed until my character gets used to their new job. All it seems to do is completely halt my progress and make me have to do some grinding, busy work until the adjustment period wears off. And then I can actually start using the job that I wanted to use in the first place. It's just stupid. And a lot of the jobs aren't very creative either. They're just basic sequels to jobs I already have. Like, the Devout is just the White Mage, but better. So boring. I'm not a fan of this. One of my least favorite Final Fantasies. But the real key to disappointment is trying to play mobile Clover games. Okamiden and Beautiful Joe, what it called Double Trouble, awful. Like Okamiden was like clunky and unoriginal. It retreaded a lot of the plot from the old Okami with new abilities that weren't very interesting, like magnetism. And then Double Trouble, which is such a vast misunderstanding of the appeal of Beautiful Joe. Like, the big deal with Beautiful Joe is an enemy attacks, you slow down time, dodge their attacks, then they go into a vulnerable state, and you can just crush them. And then once you've nailed one enemy, then you go into like a combo state where you can rack up basically instant kills on enemies. It's almost like the Tate system from Shinobi on PS2, only way better. And the problem is that unlike classic Beautiful Joe, where most normal enemies will go down in 1 or 2 hits, these bad guys will take maybe 4 or 5 or 6 hits, maybe even more. But then it still has the feature from old Beautiful Joe, where when you hit an enemy that's in a vulnerable state, they go flying across the stage. But you haven't killed them yet, so you wind up having to chase them down so that you can then hit them again, and then you have to wait for them to get out of their invulnerable period where they're still reeling from your last hit, and then you have to do it again and again and again. It's awful. It's so awful. I have no idea why they made basic enemies so spongy. Really baffling design decision. There was also one enemy in particular where it was like, I think they were called the Gelbies. Dudes in yellow diving suits, but in this game they have some sort of weird projectile attack that would come out super, super fast. It just seems like you had an absurdly narrow window of opportunity to open them up for attack. And I remember them getting just really on my nerves. It's been a long time since I played this, so my memory's a little fuzzy, but the trauma still stays with me. The one thing I remember being kind of cool is that there were these 2 moth-themed superheroes, and they were very clearly a callback to Kamen Rider Punch Hopper and Kick Hopper from Kamen Rider Kabuto, just based on their color schemes. And that was like a neat little reference. But that was it. There was also like a really dumb side character that you played as with a dumb character design, and they had a dumb weapon. They had like these little UFOs. Strange creative decisions. Or how about the fact that, like, in order to progress in a cutscene, you had to do busy work where you had to, like, slide each individual scene out of the way. Like, this was really a microcosm of the point in time where the DS was new and developers were desperate to try and figure out any way to pointlessly shove in and shoehorn the touch controls. So they just gave you dumb busy work. Just touch the screen, swipe the screen, press the screen. Just keep smudging the screen, please. Keep smudging the screen with your nasty little fingerprints because you lost the stylus as soon as you got your DS, or you bought a DS used and it already was missing the stylus. So that's my DS collection. Mostly Pokemon, like, let's see, Pokemon. Clover, more Pokemon, square, and one Nintendo first-party game that I didn't even actually play. One day I will. For now, let's finish up the touch up on this, and then I can move on to those other 3 paintings and add some stuff to those. There we go. Unfortunately, I've never had the steadiest hands. That's also kind of a setback. And then, oh yeah, the World Ends With You. I'm pretty sure that's also slotted in one of my DS's. So that's why you don't see it there in the collection. This part isn't too bad. Like, it looked worse before, but now that the paint has dried, it's that's okay. Where else? This little in between space here needs work. What was your favorite Pokemon game? If I recall correctly, Jaren, you said that your first Pokemon game was Blue? It was either Blue or Silver, I can't remember. I might be getting your answer mixed up with someone else's answer. For me, it was Emerald. I grew up with Sapphire, and then I played Emerald way later, and was amazed at how much of an improvement it was. It just seemed to have more stuff going on. I like the introduction of battles. Silver was your first, okay. Emerald, I believe, was the introduction of battles that you could choose. Whether you wanted it to be a double battle or a single battle. And I thought that was a neat feature. Even if it's still jank, that was before the physical special split, where Pokemon moves were just designed in a way that was way more common sense. Like, why would Fire Punch not be a physical attack? Even though it was before that, I don't know, it was just really awesome. And I didn't even play the Battle Frontier feature that people hype up. Now, your favorite Pokemon is Lugia or Typhlosion. My favorite would be Gyarados, or Gyarados, however you want to say it. I have a bad habit of falling in love with Pokemon that have quadruple weaknesses. So Gyarados gets wrecked by electricity. Aggron, I love Aggron, but he hates any type of fighting or ground move. It's some of the best moves in the game. Tropius, that's grass flying, so definitely don't want to mess with any ice moves. I really love Chandelure, though. That doesn't have any quadruple weaknesses. What I meant to say, though, was favorite Pokemon game. I misspoke. So, Emerald... Actually, I don't know. Pokemon White is still really good. Black 2 is nothing to sneeze at either, because that's got the Pokemon World Tournament, where all of the Pokemon All-Stars come back and you can fight them in big epic brackets. Like Brock comes back, Misty comes back, Giovanni, every gym leader, every Elite Four, every champion from every game. Like, it was like the ultimate dream match. I remember spending a lot of time just trying to climb those brackets at the Pokemon World Tournament. But I was never going to make it too far. Like, I was starting to learn more about, like, what kind of moves to pack and what Pokemon were best, how to build a good team. But the one thing I never got into was breeding Pokemon. To me, that took way too much time. It's honestly amazing to me that pro players can take the time to breed their ideal team over the course of like hundreds of hours. I think at some point they did add a way to change Pokemon's fundamental stats without breeding, though. Which, anything to take the grinding out of a game, I'll welcome. The black is almost completely worn away over here. I can't believe I almost missed that. My first game was my first Pokemon game was Gold, even though I was around when Red, Blue, and Yellow came out. I was already playing games at that time, but I had not yet warmed up to Pokemon as a concept. To me, it was still this like just weird, strange thing about annoying little critters that say their name over and over again. And they're like your pets, but they also fight. I had to warm up to it. It was such a foreign concept to me, literally and figuratively. I'm not sure which I should do next. This needs a little work right here, just a little bit. I don't want to get too close to the details because I'm afraid I'll mess them up. I already lost a little bit of detail earlier up here. Alright, man. See you later, Jaren. Thanks for tuning in. There we go. This definitely needs to be a little darker. It's gone really gray there. And it's especially gray up through here. Hold on a second, I'll be right back. Alright. Back in the game. Jaren, I don't know if you're still here, but once I finish streaming, you can go back and see that I talked a little more in detail about the Silent Hill 2 remake. That talk that we had, I wanted to get more into it and on the topic of remakes and stuff. It's not a very exciting topic. I honestly find it pretty depressing. The way that the companies take old things and try to make them new and mess them up. But I still find it a fascinating topic. It's like a train wreck you can't look away from. Try to stay positive by not dealing with that stuff all the time. I just try to focus on playing the games I want to play and not playing the games that I don't want to play. There are some new games that bother me, like Final Fantasy VII Remake, because I have a certain personal investment in that. Final Fantasy VII was the first video game I ever played, and it means a lot to me. So, seeing the remake being played with creative ideas that I do not agree with at all really bothers me. But generally, I try to not let stuff like that just live rent-free in my head. Like, if a game comes out and I think it's crap, I'll just, like, not buy it, not think about it, not nothing. Developers can just do what they want, and if people don't buy it, then that's fine. And if people do buy it, then that's fine too. If people buy it and they decide that that's the route they want to stick with, those are the games they kind of want to make, then we'll just go our separate ways. And if people don't want to play them, then I can just hope that they'll take notes and learn from their mistakes and do better next time. Like with Disney. Like Disney, it's been a long time since they have made something that interested me. To me, a lot of their new movies are just boring crap. Like I've really become disconnected with Pixar and Marvel and all that stuff with Star Wars. But it doesn't bother me. It's just not for me anymore. I do wish that they would make new stuff that actually interests me. I miss when Star Wars was good. I miss when I enjoyed Marvel and Pixar and stuff. But I mean, if they put something out and I think it's crap, I just won't watch it. For all the times that Disney has screwed up and made what many would consider to be a piece of crap, like Skywalker or Rise of, what was it called? Rise of Skywalker or Elementals or whatever. As disappointing and annoying as that can be, I feel like the anti-Disney people who do nothing but rant and rave about how Disney's best days are behind them and they're all has-beens and it's all over for Disney, can be just as annoying as Disney themselves. It seems like with every new Disney product, there are people who are like, oh, that's it for Disney. This one's a flop. This one's a legit certified flop. It's all over for Disney now. They'll be filing for bankruptcy any day now. It's all over. Disney's last flop. They're done for. Disney is dead. And then that turns out to not be true. Disney just keeps trucking on and they keep making movies and nothing changes. I stopped believing in the Disney is dead narrative when trailers for Elemental were coming out. And already people were trying to push the idea that, oh man, this is going to be Disney's biggest flop ever. They're for sure going to have to file for bankruptcy after this one. This one's the big one. It's the big stinker. Like, test audiences hate it. All the previews are terrible. Oh man. This is going to be the death knell for Disney, the final nail in the coffin. And then the movie came out and right away everyone was like, oh, it's a huge flop. Disney's never coming back from this. It's all over. And then it actually turned out to do well overseas and it was a financial success. So all that stuff about how Elementals was going to tank Disney was completely bogus. cooked up by people who thought that if they say over and over that Disney is dead, that eventually it'll come true. I mean, I like complaining as much as the next guy, but some people seem to really obsess over Disney, where they want it to fail, where Disney lives rent-free in their heads, and it's all they can think about. All they can think about is how much they hate Disney and how they wish that it would go bankrupt. And I'm not sure that I get it. I've never been that emotionally invested in Disney. And so I wound up not watching those kinds of videos anymore. Videos that rant about how, the Star Wars resorts went under. It's a huge loss for Disney. Disney's dead. Or like, look at all this Disney merch on toy store shelves. Oh, they're not selling it. Disney's done for. And it's been the same story over and over and over again for years. I feel like people underestimate just how vast and powerful Disney are. They've been in this situation before. Situations where they were approaching bankruptcy and everybody thought that it was the death of Disney. It was all over. There was no coming back for them, and then they come back. It's always possible for companies to come back. Especially a company as huge as Disney. One good movie or one good show and they'll be right back on top. So in the battle between people who are like super Disney obsessive and they watch every Disney movie, they buy every Disney merch, everything. They've got their Disney Plus subscription and they watch the Disney Channel and all that stuff. And then people who are Disney obsessed in the complete opposite sense, where they're big Disney haters and they want them to go bankrupt. I'm neutral. If a movie comes out and I think it's going to be good, I'll watch it. And if a movie comes out and I don't think it's going to be good, then I won't watch it. I'm not really into hate watching as much as other people. I mean, it's not Disney, obviously, but when I think of all the outrage over Velma, where people talk about how awful that show is, all I can think is, well, why do you keep watching it? Like, people did nothing but complain about Velma Season 1, and then when Velma Season 2 comes out, people still watch it just so they can complain about it again? Why? I'll watch something that's bad if I think it'll be interesting or fun. If I think it's just gonna make me miserable, I won't watch it. But I think that'll do it for this painting. It's pretty well touched up, I think. Maybe a few spots. No. It actually does still need a little bit of black in some places. So let me go back and fix that a little bit right here. Because that's pretty grayed out now. Maybe a little bit through here. And then these flowers over here actually need a significant amount of touching up. The area around them is looking pretty gray as well. Yeah, I almost messed that up. Especially around here, that's really bad. I don't want to mess these up because I'm actually kind of proud of how these hibiscus flowers turned out. I think I may have talked about it in the Mother's Day stream, but hibiscus is one of my favorite flowers just for how, like, big and bright and, like, spectacular they are. They give off a nice tropical vibe. I don't even know if there's a place in the world where chameleons and hibiscus coexist, but they coexist here in this painting. Sorry, had a bit of gas there. I've got this weird thing where if I've got gas and I've got a burp, I'll also like simultaneously inhale at the same time. So if I make like a weird gasping noise, that's why. It's because my body handles burping in a weird way. I don't even know when it started. It wasn't always like that. Alright, I think that's sufficiently refurbished. Oh no, wait. Daggone it. I keep saying it's done and then I see another part that's looking all gray and crappy. And the base of this staff has a lot of gray around it. So this area next to his leg. The fringes of that big flower still need work. Yeah. Like that. That's better. Yeah, and like right here. And in here. Also little gray splotches. And some mark right there. That's painting for you. It seems like every time you think you're done, you're not. And it's spot something else that needs touching up. Okay, I think that's sufficiently refurbished. So I'll go ahead and move on to the others. Now, how do I want to do this? Think. This one I'm going to spitball. So I'll put just a big old pyramid in here. Actually, no. Like this. There we go. Big, eerie, black, ominous pyramid. There we go. Yeah, that's turning out pretty cool. I love the contrast between black and bright neon colors. Having a big black ominous shape in the middle of this bright neon desert is a nice inversion of that. Make it a little more pointy. Come on. A little more. Don't give out on me now. It's a little messed up though. Want to refine the edge over here. That's a little better. And then I kind of like to put a scorpion here in the corner. What's the best way to do that? I think just like this. This. And then maybe some little bitty legs right here. There we go. Super basic. Just adding a little bit of extra stuff there. Make it a little more interesting. Instead of just big old desert. Now for the third piece. Third, oh man, that's dusty. Dusty. I want to make like an obelisk rising up around here. Up. Big cool obelisk. Heroes of Might and Magic 3, I think, is the game that taught me the word obelisk. It's super cool sounding. Super cool sounding word. I don't actually think that's straight, but that's okay. We can pretend it's like sinking into the sand. And you go way down there. Big, ominous, obsidian obelisk. Oh dear. Making a bit of a mess over there. And my paintbrush is tumbling around. Side. Oops. I made that a little too thick. I want to have a little more of an edge down there. Get that big, like, come on, gotta get that big glob off of my paintbrush. A little phallic, but whatever. Sure, someone's into that. And then on the other side, what if we added maybe some like shadowy figures? Or on some sort of like pilgrimage to this techno city. that's something. What if I gave them like little footprints? Like little no. Or What if it was like a little tent that I gave them? And then tiny little, like, strands. There we go. That's okay, I guess. I'm not sure if it turned out super great. And, so dusty. And then let's see if I can't add another big obelisk. Come on. This black paint is very old. So it's a little globby, a little tough to work with. As you can see, I've already made a significant amount of use of it. Okay. Well, I think this one's turning out better than the last one. Or not. Or not. It needs to be more pointy. So it looks like an obelisk and not like the certain obscene body part. Maybe this needs to be a bit wider. That can be like that. And then trailing off the side. I want to make a big old space cobra. The thickness is not uniform though, so it does not. I need it to come to life more and not just feel like the swipe of a brush. It needs to be more like an actual animal. Maybe get a little more wider at the bottom since there's a little perspective going on there. Just a little bit. There, that'll suffice. what if there was like a big, like, I don't know, beetle here? How do we feel about that? Because there's still like a big region right around here. So very quickly, I think I'll dab in a big old space scarab. That did not turn out as graceful as I had hoped. But it is what it is. Man, it still feels like it's missing something. Maybe I should add another, like, pyramid up here. Just a small one in the distance. It's not turning out great, though. Oh well, I think I'll be fine. But that should do all right. Let's see if I can. Oh boy. There's no way I can fit all... Unless I lift up the camera. A lot. A whole lot. we go. Now, how's that grab you? Whoa, whoa. That should do okay. Let's scoot all this stuff over. Let's fix the camera one more time. There we go, that's better. Now I gotta think about what to do with these, because there are one or two local galleries in my area that I might be able to sell these at. So, I might be able to sell those three together for, I don't know, like $30, $45, and sell this one for, I don't know, like 20. Now I'll sell those for 45. These for, like, these three put together. I don't know if you remember from my last stream. Yeah, this one's upside down. Actually, no, the whole thing's upside down. I almost dropped one of them on the ground. So I think the Spacescape I could probably sell for like 45. Sell these three square ones for 30, and then sell the chameleon for 20. That might be cool. It's been a long time since I've sold a painting. I actually have a funny little story where some like brooding emo girl, she talked me into giving her a discount because she gave me one of her little poems in exchange. One of her emo little poems. Let's see, what time is it? It's 5. It's a little past 5 now. I kind of want to move on to other stuff, because I mean, I took on that extra work at my other job, so I want to have some time to chill out before I gotta, you know, eat and get ready for bed, and then have to wake up and get back to the old grind. And thankfully this next bit of summer schooling that I'm going to be doing is not as intensive as a normal school year. So I'll still have some more time to work on editing. I was able to get a little bit of editing in over the course of the past week. I'll try and focus more on that. I've been dawdling on it too much. I mean, I'm sure this summer vacation will be over like that, you know? So I want to do what I can. Like I said earlier, no stream next week. I mean, there's not going to be any new One Piece. So, That'll give me a chance to focus more on editing. Who knows? Maybe even actually turn out a video for once instead of always dawdling. I've been spending too much time just avoiding it. Because, I don't know. It's a little cringe watching my own content. Having to stare myself at the face, like in my own... Having to look myself in the face and watch me like being cringe and giving like sort of a mediocre stream. I'm getting better though. I feel like I've gotten more confident in streaming since I started. So that's what I'm going to be doing over these next couple of weeks. And I'll see you guys on the 16th. June 16th will be our next stream. So until then, enjoy your summer. And thanks for joining me.